2, judogi azul, ganha Priscila. E judogi branco, Moa Cristina. Na área 1, judogi azul, Tashekinov e judogi branco, Ramirez.
Good morning and welcome everybody to the opening day of 2 days of competition at the Sao Paulo Grand Prix of 2022. Today we have 4 categories to bring to you. 2 women's in the 48 and the 57 kilogram category and 2 men weight categories in the 60 and 73 kilogram. For each category we have 2 classification categories. The J1 where athletes are blind and almost blind, and J2 where athletes are partially sighted. Of course, during the day I will tell you a lot more about IBSA Judo. And for now we will start on this mat with the under 73 kilogram category of the J1. And it is featuring Fabian Ramirez of Argentina and Temir Bolat Tashekenov of Kazakhstan. And it's Ramirez in white judogi and Tashekenov in blue. So during the day I will tell you something more about the setup of the Paralympic Judo that was introduced newly in 2022. And of course for now I hope you enjoy the action. It's a beautiful Sutami attempt from Ramirez and the first ippon of today. Ramirez showing some great judo. So the J1 is one of the biggest categories of this weekend with 13 athletes. And during the weekend we have a total of 77 athletes from 21 nations competing.
From Brazil,
And it's really nice to see some of the top stars competing, like Alexandru Bologa of Romania, who we'll see in the next round. He's still unbeaten this year. And for example, Ishak Ultkurier of Algeria, who's a silver medalist of the last World Championships in Lisbon. But I'm also really excited for some new faces today. I just talked to the head coach of Brazil. And he's bringing 5 athletes that never competed internationally. And I think that immediately shows the benefit of hosting such an event. It's a chance for these athletes to get some experience and fight with the top athletes of the tour. And after Antalya and Nur Sultan, Sao Paulo is the host of the 3rd Grand Prix of this year. And at each Grand Prix, the athletes can win important points for the world ranking. So the top 8 ranked competitors here, they are split up at the draw, so that can be quite a big benefit. Also, if you get some points here, will give you a good feeling for the next tournaments coming up that are quite important. We have the Continental Championships coming up, and of course also later this year the World Championships in Baku. And here on the mat now are Harley Damiano Pereira Arruda of Brazil. And he is facing Vitaya Wongpayet of Thailand. So it's also nice to see that Thailand brought a team here. And you see in the last couple of years that IBSA Judo is really growing. And for me, what's also good is that they split up the categories. So before you would have just one category with the really blind and the limited vision athletes together, and now they are split up. So here on the mat are the referees are also competing in the IGF circuit. We just missed out on a nice Vasari score from Pereira Arruda. We didn't miss out, but it was a nice action coming from Pereira. So these referees are supported by the International Judo Federation, so they will be in the IGF World Tour as well as in the IBSA World Tour. And the rules are basically the same as in IGF as in sighted judo. There are just some small differences there. So you have to grab with both hands. That is really important. And there are some small differences which I hopefully can talk to you about today. Really nice right-sided ippon seonage coming from Pereira Arruda. And a big applause coming from the crowd. First win-in for him.
In the mat two, the winner
So
was
really
white
beautiful judo
judogi
we're already
from
seeing.
Brazil.
And what I forgot to tell you is that the competition today will take place on 2 mats. I will be staying on mat number 1 today, while my colleague will do the commentating for mat number 2 in Portuguese. So either mat you can watch. Here you see a beautiful replay of the score.
And mat one,
So if you want
white
to watch
judogi
one of the other mats or the mat number 2, you can just click on that
from
link
South of
in our
Africa,
YouTube channel.
Lamani. And blue judogi from Puerto Rico, Pérez Dias. Na área 1,
Now for our third contest in the 73 kilogram category, we will be seeing Ndiyebo Lamani of South Africa, and he will be facing Luis Yabdiel Perez Diaz of Puerto Rico. So it's Lamani in white judogi and Perez Diaz in blue. As you can see, they have a red dot on their back. That will mean they're completely blindsided or almost blind. And it shows with a red dot. Previously, they had the dot on their sleeve, so they have a new system here. And what you will always also sometimes see today is that they will have a yellow dot as well. That will mean they also have a deaf impairment or hearing impairment. And Lamani is straight away trying to work in the ground in Iwaza. So as you can see here, both athletes need to grab on the lapel on the sleeve. And they need to be in relaxed position before they start. So nice left-sided Seonage attempt from Lamani. He's working really hard. And he looks a bit more active than Perez Diaz. Now trying to work on the arm. So today on this mat, we will show the under 73 and under 48 kilogram J1 categories and the 60 and 57 kilogram J2 categories. So there's a mix of categories and classification categories. So you can see Perez with his right arm, he's trying to push away the arm of Lamani. He's struggling with the grip of Lamani. And Lamani looks in control and quite strong. Doesn't find a score yet. So Lamani trying to work and trying to get Perez to work with him, moving backwards. And really trying to go for those low seonages. But Perez defending that really quite nicely. So although Lamani looks a lot stronger in this first minute and a half, it doesn't say so much. There's no scores yet on the board, and sometimes you can see that the other one is trying to find out how Lamani moves, and he's figuring that out actually. So the first good attempt coming from Perez now. So Lamani, after a strong start, he's starting to struggle a bit more with Perez. So again, Lamani moving around his opponent. But Perez is starting to come up with some nice techniques. Here another technique coming from Perez. And you can tell that Lamani is starting to look a bit fatigued now. So he had, maybe, he used a little bit too much of his power in the first 2 minutes. So the first judo now for Lamani. Last few techniques came from Perez. Of surprise there, but it will be a lot better if you can get a reaction, like pushing your opponent so he pushes back, and then you have a good reaction for an attack. This time Lamani comes in with a Sutami attempt himself, and really struggling to get a good attack in. So 1 minute 28 seconds left on the clock. Nice left Seonage coming from Perez, but almost taken over by Lamani. Was some nice piece of action here. And actually that was closest for both of them to come to a score. And they both look like they used quite a lot of their energy already. It's still 1 minute 18 seconds left on the clock. And a really even battle here. Another Seonage attempt. Sutami attempt from Perez, but now he's in trouble, almost in a hold down. Just able to defend that.
White judogi from France, Petit Matin. And blue judogi from Kazakhstan, Nokushev.
So it's a Sutami attempt from coming from Lamani now, not the best attempt.
Judogi branco pela França, Petit Matin. E do judogi azul do Cazaquistão, Nokushev.
And 49 seconds on the clock. It's such a number to score. This time nice moving from Lamani, coming under with the Soda or with Moroto Seonage. Just the defense of Perez Diaz is so strong. He's really hard to throw. Movement coming from Lamani. Another Sutami attempt now coming from Perez. And you can see the whole competition, it can make such a difference in how all your fights will go. Because, for example, Pereira Arruda, the one that beat Wong Pet in a fast contest, he really had a short contest. And now it's starting to look bad for Lamani. Perez Diaz really doing a nice turnover in Iwasa, holding him down now, and that's probably going to be all over for Lamani. Unfortunately for him, He had such a good start in this contest, but slowly Perez was taking over. And that is going to be enough for the win for him. So, really strongly done. And I'm impressed by both athletes. There's such a good contest, and it's quite frustrating for Lamani then to lose out in the end. So it works here if your opponent will get to the semifinal. So in this case, if Perez Diaz will win his next contest, it's then Lamani will have a rubber charge, and otherwise it will be over for him. Perez very happy with his win.
In mat 1, the winner was Judo Blue from Puerto Rico, Perez Diaz. O vencedor na área 1.
So what you see here is that Perez Diaz had such a difficult contest, and he will have a very fresh Pereira Rubra of Brazil in the next contest. But you never know what happens. It can mean that you had a lot of nerves and in the first contest, and after this first long contest you lose all the nerves. So you just never know how it plays out. So we have 2 more contests in the 73 kilogram of the J1 category. Is Raúl Abraham Ortiz Carreon of Mexico, and he's facing Antero Frit Villa Lobos Corrales of Peru. And we were going to see Ortiz Carreon in white judo gi and Villa Lobos Corrales of Peru in blue. And it's nice to see a lot of athletes coming from South America, obviously, because we're in Sao Paulo at the moment. And some of these athletes don't always have the opportunity to go to Europe. That was a really beautiful makikomi coming from Ortiz. Beautifully done. Straight ippon coming for him. Only 10 seconds he needed. So what a strong start for Ortiz. And quite unfortunate for the Villa Lobos Corrales. It can go so quick, and hopefully for him he will have a rapid charge. We have 1 more contest coming up before we will move to the under 60 kilogram category. Here you see the replay. That was perfectly timed, beautifully done. Really a textbook makikomi. And that for sure will be one of the highlights of this contest, of the competition. So for the last contest in the under 73 J1 category, coming on to the mat now is Eduardo Gautu of Argentina, and he will be facing Kona Anders of Great Britain. And we're going to say Gautu of Argentina, white judo gi, and Anders in blue. So this started, and don't look, they don't know each other. It was a makikomi attempt coming from Anders, but taken over completely by Gauto with an ippon, going flat on his back, and that's quite unfortunate. I think Anders is quite new to the scene, and it might be one of his first competitions internationally, and it's a little bit frustrating that you go over so quickly. So it's a good win here from Gauto, and we'll see him in the next round. Here you can see the replay. Just not strong enough. He was not in a correct position. And you can see there's a lot of space between the right arm and the body of his opponent. So that's quite unfortunate. Yeah, quite unfortunate for Anders. So we're going to move up to the under 60 kilogram category. And this is the J2 classification category. And we have 4 athletes here, so not really a big category, but we have some top athletes in here. I could see that in the competition in Turkey as well. We had only 4 or 5 athletes, but the athletes that are here will show you some great stuff. And the first contest will be between Alonso Llanos of Chile, and he will be facing Ishak Oldkoider of Algeria. And it's Oldkoider who has he's a silver medalist at the World Championships, and here he's showing why he is. Just throwing over Llanos with a beautiful left Ippon Seonage. So what a strong start for Oldkoider.
In match 1, the winner was Judo from Algeria.
So what a strong start, and we hope to see Llanos back in the next round. Just a few seconds he needed. I think it was around 5 seconds. One of the shortest contests. And we're going to go straight through to the next round. This is the last contest here in the 60 kilogram category before we move back to the 73 kilogram. And we're going to see one of the home favorites, Diego Marquez of Brazil. And he will be facing Brian Aburto Beltran of Mexico. And I've seen Marquez before, and he is always showing great spirit. He was struggling a bit to win a medal because I think this weight category is quite strong internationally. But today he might have a really good chance to pick up a medal. So sometimes you can hear the referees that stand in the middle shouting Tokai. And with that, she is giving the signal to the athletes that they were on the border and where is the middle. So Marquez and also Aburto, they're taking their time to get to a technique. But first good technique in from Marquez, and you can see that the crowd is behind him. And it's quite logical that also when you have such a big crowd fighting for your home country, it will be quite nerve-wracking, especially in the first contest. So that's why you will be seeing him being quite careful with his attacks. Just making sure that he doesn't make a mistake in the first contest.
In match 2, the winner was white judogi from Algeria.
So it's a left-sided against a right-sided grip. Marquez being left-sided, Aburto being right-sided. And with that, they can block each other out a little bit for the contests or for the attacks.
White judogi from Brazil, Paixão. And blue judogi from Thailand.
So it does look like Marquez is struggling a little bit with his nerves and to get loose. So hopefully it will take the next few minutes to get that out of his system. Another left-sided technique, this time a really beautiful one. Left, also Makikomi in the end. First Rosari on the board for Marquez. And he shows a little bit of his action. So it's 2 minutes and 4 seconds left on the clock, and Marquez is still leading with a Vasari score. Slowly trying to move around a bit more. Nice action coming from Aburto, coming in with a Yoko Tumanage. Just not strong enough for a score, but first action here. Oh, I'm not sure what happened there. Just a Shido on the board, I guess. So it looks like Marquez is really starting to get on a row here. Not so afraid to come in with a technique. But still, Aburto with his right arm is doing a good job on the lapel of Marquez. So with that right arm, he is quite controlling there. Now this time, the left arm of Marquez is on the inside, and he has a lot more control here. So Aburto needs to try to get that right arm in his position again. Left Uchimata attempt coming from Marquez. And now a left Seonage coming from Aburto. But really clever takeover from Marquez. And he's holding down Aburto Beltran. He only needs to do that for 10 seconds to score his second Vasari. And that's going to be all over for Aburto. And there was a good chance today that the clash between Old Coider and Marquez will be them really trying to fight for the gold medal here today after beating their opponents in the first round.
The winner was white judogi from Brazil, Marques Diego. E o vencedor na área 1 de judogi branco, Diego Marques do Brasil. And next one, wearing white judogi.
So strong win. I think Marquez was suffering from some nerves, but he got his first contest out of the way, and now he can be ready for his second contest. So on mat number 1, the crowd is also shouting for their favorite, SAO, who just won his contest as well. And soon we're going to see the top-ranked athlete, unbeaten this year, Florin Alexandru Bologa of Romania, and one of the top favorites in the circuit at the moment.
The winner was white judogi from Brazil, Paixão. Na área 2, o vencedor, judogi branco, Roberto Nunes Paixão, do Brasil. And mat 2, and white judogi.
So coming here onto the mat are Florin Alexandru Bologa of Romania in white judogi and Rodolfo Fabian Ramirez of Argentina. And it's Bologa in white judogi and Ramirez in blue. Of course, Ramirez having a very strong start in the first contest against Tashekinov. But this is really something else, Alex Bologa. Already picking up 2 Paralympic medals in his career. And now with the split between J1 and J2, he's unbeaten so far. So you will see Beloga coming up with a lot of attacks always. But Ramirez is really good in taking over. So really beautiful left-sided seonage, but Ramirez, like a cat, getting out of that one, not turning on his back. That was really cleverly done. So both athletes on their spot again. So this is the J1 category. So here the athletes are blind or almost completely blind. So the referee will help them getting onto their spot again. But in everything else, it's completely the same as IGF Judo. So the rules are the same. And here again, it's a right-sided attack from Ramirez, followed up by a nice seonage attack from Beloga. And I feel like these athletes really know each other, so they're quite careful with their attacks. It can be sometimes that Beloga just coming in for attack each few seconds, but he's being quite careful here with Ramirez and showing that Ramirez is not only a good fighter, but especially good in taking over some techniques. Another nice attempt coming from Beloga, but not successful. Good reaction from Ramirez. And because the blind athletes do everything by feeling, so they learn their techniques by feeling, they cannot look at the example. So, but that's why they are many times so quick in their reaction, because they feel when an attack is coming. And you will feel that also when you train with an athlete that is blind. They have a much quicker reaction to attacks. Sutami attempt coming from Beloga and working on the arm. And Beloga was so quick there with the transition from the Sutami to the arm lock that it was almost impossible for Ramirez to top out quickly. So that is unfortunate for Ramirez, but nice ippon for Beloga.
Judogi branco, Moa Cristina do Canadá e judogi azul, Gomes Martinez da Argentina.
And I'm hoping that Ramirez is able to compete in the next few rounds, because I'm really a big fan of his judo. Nice style. And we have 3 more contests here. It's the quarterfinals of the under 73 kilogram. Here you can see how quick was the transition, and almost straight up the arm was stretched and overstretched.
From Brazil, Pereira Ruda. Blue judogi from Puerto Rico, Perez Diaz.
So here we have an interesting contest between Harley Damiano Pereira Arruda of Brazil. And he had a very quick contest in the last round. And he is facing Luis Yabdiel Perez Diaz of Puerto Rico, who had a really tough last contest. And we have some looks at the under 57 kilogram category for the J1 athletes, between Moat of Canada and Gomez Martinez of Argentina. So it's the women on mat number 2. We also have some top athletes here in this category, with, for example, Lucia Araújo of Brazil. She is multiple medalist in the Paralympic Games. And here a beautiful takeover, or not takeover, just a beautiful throw from Gomez Martinez, scoring a Rosari. And I think that was quite close to an ippon score there. So again, with exactly the same technique, Gomez Martinez throws over Mowat. So maybe a little bit of a mistake from Mowat to come over the top of Gomez. So on mat 1, it's taking some time to get the athletes on the mat. Not sure what's going on there. But in the meantime, we will just keep showing mat number 2.
Paula Gomes Martinez. Na área 2, a vencedora de Judo Azul, Paula Gomes Martinez, da Argentina. In mat 2, wearing white judogi from Canada, Ganha Priscila. In blue judogi from Brazil, Silva Larissa. Na área 2, judogi branco do Canadá, Priscila Ganha. E do Brasil, em judogi azul, Larissa Silva.
So still no action on mat number 1, but for sure we're gonna see 2 new athletes come on. And I'm quite excited for this contest, so hopefully we are able to find these athletes soon. So in the meantime, we'll check some contest of the under 57 kilogram category. So it's showing here J1 category for the under 57 kilogram category. I had to find the schedule there, but here we are seeing Priscilla Gagne of Canada. She's one of the more routine athletes we've seen around for a very long time now, and she's facing Larissa Silva of Brazil. And it's Gagne in white judogi and Silva and blue. And very nice pushover from Gagne, scoring a first Rosari. And now trying to control Silva on the ground. And I think she's succeeding there. So Silva desperately trying to get out, but she only has 10 seconds to do that. And I'm afraid that's not going to be in time for her. So it's Gagne that wins her contest with a Nippon here. So nicely done. So let's go back to mat number 1. So here on the mat now is Haley Damiano Pereira Arruda of Brazil, and he's facing Luis Yabdiel Perez Diaz of Puerto Rico. We're going to see Pereira here in white judogi and Perez in blue. And here Perez Diaz is losing this, breaking the grip of his opponent. And you can see that's why the referee, John Rijmakers here, is giving the first judo to Perez. So what is really important in blind judo or via judo is that they keep always 2 hands on the lapel and sleeve, so they can re-grip But if they break the grip, it should be for an immediate attack. So if they don't attack, it will be a Shido for the athlete. So this is to make sure that there is positive judo. And if they cannot see where the arm is, it's really hard to re-grab. So they really need to get those two hands on their opponent. So it's a second Shido now on the board for Perez. And it says things are starting to look quite hard for him. Because when he would pick up another Shido, that would mean the end of the contest and him losing the contest. So with still more than 3 minutes left on the clock, that's quite hard for him. He cannot afford another mistake. Here is making another Sutemi attempt. So both athletes working on their legs, trying to get their opponents out of balance. Now on the side of the tatami. Oh, that was a poor attempt coming from Perez, losing the grip straight away when going to the ground. So he needs to be careful to not make a false attack there and pick up his third Shido. This time a nice left side at Seonage and a quick follow-up by Perez on the ground, trying to work in Ewaza. But I see that Pereira Ruda has his defense ready. So no chance there for Perez on the ground. So it's already the second really hard contest for Perez here. And now Perez is working quite hard to come back, and it's working out for him with the first Shido for Pereira on the board. Nevertheless, Perez still has 2 Shidos on the board, so he's not allowed any mistake in this contest anymore. So, of course, the penalties are yellow cards. They're basically little mistakes or warnings for the athletes. And with 3 mistakes or 3 warnings, you will receive a red card, which will be the end of the contest for you. So as you might know, there's a nice collaboration between the International Judo Federation and the International Blind Sports Federations. So the referees you will see are also active in the IGF World Tour. And here in Brazil, they work together with the Paralympic Committee to create and organize this tournament. And we're here in a really nice facilities. We are in the Paralympic sports facilities in Sao Paulo, which is a huge complex for all Paralympic sports here in Brazil. And again, Perez Diaz coming up with a sutami. The thing for me is that he's losing his grip so quickly. So he's coming in with a technique, but there's not so much control on the way down. And here they're both getting the grip, and straight in, it's Pereira coming in with a nice Sönage. Also not able to score. It's Perez Diaz. He showed in his last contest as well. He's really good defense. And both athletes getting to their spot to grab again. So each mate, after each mate, one of the athletes has the benefit of grabbing first their grip. And the other one needs to adjust a little bit. But this will be turned around with each mate. And for the referees that are also active in the IGF World Tour, the rules are almost the same, but they have a few changes. Of course, they have to always tell which athlete will get the score, the penalty, which is AU for blue and Shiro for white. And of course, they have to shout Tokai when they're in the middle of the mat to show the athletes where the edges of the mat are. Perez is working in the ground again, but ending up on the bottom. So it's now Pereira trying to work on the Newaza. Taking his time, but to work on the arm. So he's trying to work on the arm of Perez and actually not doing a bad job, just losing his grip in the end. So as long as there's progress in Newaza, the referee will let it continue. And as soon as there's no progress anymore, so there's no chance of getting a score, then the referee will call a mate and make them stand up again. So after this, we have 2 more quarterfinals coming up before we enter the 60 kilogram category again. And then also we still, of course, have some women categories to show you today.
Next to the winner was the white judogi from Australia, Mula.
So both athletes getting their grip again and straight away trying to move each other. And the crowd you hear now really cheering for Pereira. So let's see if I can use that in his benefit. It's another Sönage. I'm a little bit doubting if that is enough for a good attack. For me, that's almost close to a false attack there. Because straight away after the attack, he's losing his grip. But the referee will show a lot of the intention of the athlete. So if they really have the intention to do a good throw, then you can still lose your grip, and it's all fine. And because the referee is now shouting Tokai, you can see that Pereira is trying to move to the inside of the mat again. And they're really both going for it. Still 23 seconds on the clock, but they're still have a lot of energy left. It's nice to see them fighting so hard. So one of the big differences, I will tell you after this 23 seconds, but there are some differences in weight categories, which I will explain later to you. Now it is, because this is too exciting, Pereira just picked up his second Shido, so that means they're all even out now. So no scores yet on the board. It's 2 Shidos for each of these athletes, and another 23 seconds. And that was a beautiful left action. Wow, that was really nicely done from Pereira. He's already convinced that he has to win, but he's not there yet. Still 16 seconds left on the clock. So left Makikomi attempt from Pereira, giving him a Rosari lead in this contest with only 16 seconds left on the clock. But I think that Perez Diaz will try to do anything to get that score back. So let's see if he's capable of getting in one more technique. But Pereira with his left hand is quite nicely controlling his opponent. And that's going to be all over for Perez. Beautifully done by Pereira. Such a hard-fought win, but he takes the win in the end. So with the J1 and J2 categories, we can see a more evenly matched athletes. So before, sometimes you could see quite a big difference, because you can imagine if you're a B3 level athlete, you still have some sight, you have some awareness of where you are. Maybe with some tools you can see and learn, while the blind athletes, they cannot see and learn, they have to feel everything. They don't know where they are on the mat, so that's a big advantage for the B3 athletes. And now with the new categories, so the J1 and J2 categories, it's a much more even. You can see that in the contest. Here you can see the left Makikomi attempt from Pereira, and it's really nicely done. Just enough for a Rosari score there. It was quite close to not scoring at all, so just enough done here. So, and what you see here different than in IGF is that the categories are a little bit different. So they decided to change those categories to make it more even to the J1 and J2 categories for completely and almost completely blind and partially sighted. This is the difference between the J1 and J2. But that means that there are more categories, so twice as many categories. And to make it still the same amount of medal categories for the Paralympic Games, because we're not allowed to have more medals handed out, we had to delete some of the weight categories, unfortunately. But you can see now that a lot of athletes are adapting to their new weight categories and still are looking very good. So here on the mat now is Yergeli Shame of Kazakhstan. He's the number 2 seeded athlete here in this competition, and he's facing Antero Villalobos Corrales Oh, sorry. It's Raúl Abraham Ortiz Carrion of Mexico, who was beating Villalobos in the last round. So Ortiz beating his opponent very quickly in his last contest, but this will be a lot more difficult against Chamé. So wow, beautiful right-sided Makikomi again, just the way he beat Villalobos in his last round. He's so quick with that attack and really dangerous. This time not scoring an ippon, but a Wazari with that. But Shami is warned.
In match 2, wearing white judogi from Brazil, Paixão Roberto. In blue judogi from Venezuela, Marcos Blanco. Na área 2, de judogi branco.
So 3 minutes left on the clock. You can see that Shami with his right-handed side, he's trying to get closer to Ortiz Carrion and trying to get to an attack. But he also is warned for that great Makikomi. And again, it's Ortiz that's coming up with a technique. He's quite explosive in his movements. So a really strong right-handed grip from Chamé, trying to get over the top. Some leg work and then bringing Ortiz to the ground. But Chamé trying to work a little bit in Ewaza. And now almost moving over Ortiz, doing a good job there. But Ortiz defending on that. So I haven't seen so much from Chamé yet. He's really capable of throwing big. And I'm hoping to see that in the next couple of minutes. But I'm also very excited for the Makikomi attempts from Ortiz. Now this time it does look like Chamé is getting close, but I think Ortiz is knowing very well what are the strengths of Chamé, so he's defending quite well on that until now. Nevertheless, it's still 2 minutes left on the clock, so enough time for Chamé to come back. So both athletes taking their grip again. And Chamé again, now left-sided, really quick in the transition, but not really taking control of Ortiz. So back in his original grip and right-sided grip with the right hand quite over the top. But Ortiz with his left hand on the lapel of Chamé is doing a quite nice job in defending. And now again a nice right-sided Seoinage. He's starting to be a really big threat to Chamé here. And I think Chamé might have underestimated this opponent because he's really struggling. Still a Wazari behind. 1 minute and 11 seconds on the clock, so slowly the time is ticking away for him. So both athletes getting back to their spot. There are a few strict rules for starting the contest. So the feet have to be in the same line next to each other. And it's a second Shido now on the board for Chamé.
Blue judogi from Venezuela, Blanco Marcos.
So the arms need to be in relaxed position, need to be a little bit bended. One hand needs to be on the lapel, other on the sleeve. So there's a few preconditions before the referee will call an Ajime. And now you can see that Chame is starting to be more open because he's really searching for a technique here. But this brings opportunities to Ortiz also. So his defense will be a little bit more poor. Ooh, and that is almost a mistake by Ortiz. It was a really good attempt, but he kept quite open after that for taking over in some newaza work from Chame. But I don't think Chame can afford so much time on newaza. He only has 31 seconds to get back from that Wazari behind. So, of course, him being the number 2 seed would make him a favorite here in this bottom half of this contest sheet. But it doesn't look very good for him. Now he does have a good, yeah, that's beautifully done. And that's really saved by the bell. Nice right-sided movement. He just needed that one big space for his attack. And that's going to be all over for Ortiz Carrion. So Chame goes through to the next round, but it was not easy for him at all. And I'm really impressed by Ortiz Carrion. Nice style, and he has some really explosive moves. And the Mexican team, they have some nice history in judo. I think they had 2 Paralympic champions in Rio de Janeiro. And also they have some medalists in the last Paralympic Games. So we have one more quarterfinal here to bring to you in the under 73 J1 category. And both athletes are standing ready to get to the contest. And we're going to see Reifran Mesquita Pontes of Brazil. He's wearing the white judo gi. And he's facing Eduardo Gauto of Argentina in blue. And Gauto quickly beating Anders in the last contest. But let's see if he can do that again in this competition. So both athletes moving around, and it's the first Sutami attempt here. So it's Mesquita who opens up the attacks. No scores yet on the board, but nice attack in for Mesquita. So both back to their spot. So the referee is making sure that they have a correct grip with the arms. Nice attempt from Gauto, scoring the first Wazari, very quick. And now it was Mesquita trying to work in the Waza, but not succeeding here. And I'm quite impressed also with Gauto. We can see some athletes this year that we haven't seen so much before, and it's really exciting to see them rise in this circuit. So the athletes are making sure they have a good grip, and right after the Ajime, Mesquita is in with the technique. So the advantage of doing that is, of course, that you have the surprise element. You're surprising your opponent with that, but you don't have the benefit of the reaction of your opponent. So now Mesquita is trying to work with some strangling of his opponent, and that looks quite good. Looks like he was succeeding there, but not enough to make Gauto tap out. So Mesquita is maybe not the quickest in attacking always, but he's also really quick in Newaza. Still, it's Gauto who's leading this contest.
In match 2, the winner weighs the blue judogi from Argentina.
So now the referees was stopping this contest, and I think she might give a shido, yes, to Mesquita. So after each mate, as I explained before, the athletes, one of the athletes can choose their grip. And the other one needs to adjust to that. So one has the first grip in this after this mate, and the other one needs to get around the arm of the other, and it needs to basically adjust a little bit, but the next mate they will have the first choice. So most of the times it's quite okay, but sometimes if they really have an opposite grip, for example right against left, it can be a little bit more difficult. And now Gauto is working on Newaza and is almost over the leg of Mesquita. And in that case, he will have Aisakome. So Gauto having Mesquita in a hold down for 6 seconds was not enough to give him his second score. So no advantage, no win for him yet. So Gauto really moving around, another attempt from him. And he's really working hard to try to beat his opponent with a second Vasari score. Still quite a lot of time on the clock. It's 2 minutes and 31 seconds. And it's a second shido now on the board for Mesquita. It's Gauto who is really leading this contest. He's the one that's pushing the pace, getting the most techniques in. And it's Mesquita that now needs to really speed up a little bit. So both athletes out of the mat area, so the referee will call a mate there. But it was again Gauto who was making an attack. So Mesquita really needs to really start attacking, otherwise he will maybe pick up a third shido for passivity. So here is an attack for Mesquita, saving him from a third shido. But still looking a little bit passive in the last minute or so. So another right-sided technique from Gauto, but this time a little bit more poor. Not strong enough, and a good defense from Mesquita.
White judogi from Kazakhstan, Nokushev. White judogi from Kazakhstan, Nokushev. And blue judogi from Cuba.
So now it is Gauto who's picking up his first judo. And for my feeling, in my experience, we're already competing for a few minutes now, but still it's only half the contest time gone. So still a lot can happen. And it is Gauto who is the most active. Another attack from him. Ooh, but now almost ending up in a osaikomi with Mesquita. So Gauto coming up with the right side at Seonage, but turning a little bit too far. And this gives Mesquita a lot of effort or a lot of benefit on Nevaza. And it is Mesquita Pontes here that was strangling Gauto. So quite unfortunate for Gauto, who is having such a good contest. And you can see that Gauto is so frustrated with his last year. He was leading this contest by Iwasari the whole time. And it's Mesquita Pontes, the home favorite, that will continue through the next round. So we're going to continue with the under 60 kilogram category. I will take a quick break, but be back with you in a few minutes. And in the meantime, you can enjoy the contest between Jabran Alonso Llanos of Chile and Thiago Marquez of Brazil. And they will be on the mat soon. So welcome back, and we're seeing one of the top favorites immediately in the under 57 kilogram category. First female category contest of Mat 1 here. So here on the mat is Lucia Araujo. She's the bronze medalist of the Paralympic Games in Tokyo, and she's already multiple Paralympic medalist. And she's facing Laura Candela Gonzalez of Argentina. And it's Araujo in white judo gi and Gonzalez in blue. So I've spoken to the Argentina coach before, and he says he's all ready. They brought quite a big team here. That's the advantage of not having to fly so far. Of course, some of the competitions are in Europe, and they might be a lot more expensive for the countries here. And Araujo here trying to switch directions and throwing over Gonzalez, but not succeeding. And Gonzalez now trying to work in Newaza. So in this category, there's 3 athletes here today. And we can see that with the new classification rules, so with the J1 and J2 category, there's a little bit less athletes, but the level is much more even. And I think in the next couple of years, we should see all of these categories grow a lot. So it's bringing new athletes to the J1 that maybe not had the best chance before, because before they would just send the B3, so that's the least limited athlete. They sometimes had an advantage, so now it brings new opportunities for the blind and almost completely blind athletes. So you will for sure see both categories grow, actually. This is a J2 category. But with the split of the categories, of course, the number of athletes is a little bit smaller per category. So a tough contest between these athletes. 2 minutes, 25 seconds left on the clock. No sheeters on the board, no scores on the board. So all even. And it's Araujo that always looks quite relaxed and in control. So she doesn't attack so much. But she will get in some good attacks during the contest. So it's a left against right stance. Araujo has a strong left-sided grip. And this makes it quite hard for Gonzalez to come up with a good technique and to get Araujo close. She's also quite tall for her category, so she probably has quite a long reach. And she can keep her opponents at a distance. But Gonzalez is also doing a really good job against such an experienced athlete. Gonzalez really going for it, coming in with a lot of techniques here. 2 right-sided techniques and followed up by a left, left seonage, but the last one was not too strong. So another good left-sided grip from Gonzalez, but this time a beautiful left-sided Seonage. And she's really pleased with that, throwing over the bronze medalist of the last Paralympic Games. That's exciting. And she was working so hard in this contest, and I think she believed she could beat Araujo, and she just did.
The winner is the blue judogi from Argentina, González Laura. Na área 1, a vencedora, judogi azul da Argentina, Laura González. In mat 1, wearing white
Beautiful replay.
Thailander,
How nicely done. First the right-sided technique, then followed up straight away by the left-sided Ippon Seonage. And completely throwing over Araujo.
da Tailândia, Wong Faret. Judogi azul de Porto Rico, Pérez Dias.
So we're gonna continue with the rapid charge contest of this competition. It's between Witaya Wongpayet of Thailand, and he's facing Yabdiel Luis Perez Diaz of Puerto Rico. And Thailand is quite new to the scene in the Paralympic judo, so they are really trying to get some more experience in, and it's really nice to see him competing here this weekend. And it's Perez Diaz who's trying to work in the waza, trying to turn over Wong Payet and get him in a hold on. And I think he's succeeding here, so he needs to hold that down for about 20 seconds. And if he does that, he will beat Wong Payet. So really strong judo from Perez. And a shorter contest here, and you can see there's so much sportsmanship going on here. And it's really great to see Wong Payet getting his first few fights in, and he has 2 more contests under his belt now as experience.
In mat 1, the winner is the blue judogi from Puerto Rico, Pérez Diaz. Na área 1, o vencedor de judogi azul de Puerto Rico, Pérez Diaz. In mat 1, wearing white judogi from Chile, Llanos. In blue judogi from Mexico, Abuenta Beltrán.
So you can see a replay here of the Osaikumi.
De judogi branco do Chile, Llanos. De judogi azul do México, Alberto Beltrán. In mat 2, the winner
So it's another round-robin round for these athletes in the under 60 kilogram category. And we're gonna see the contest between Jabran Llanos of Chile and Brian Aburto Beltran of Mexico.
from Brazil,
Both had to suffer some losses, but that was beautifully done. That was so quick. 2 seconds. I think that's the quickest Ippon of today. Aburto.
judogi branco do Brasil, Júlia Pereira. De judogi azul do Cazaquistão, Nauan Beg.
So it's a nice win for him.
In mat 1,
And I think Janus
Alberto Beltrán.
is not so experienced yet for this competition, but for sure He can feel the level here that is quite high, and he will need to go back to training. And hopefully we'll see him back in the next couple of tournaments. But that was really a textbook Morote Seonage. So this is going to be a really interesting contest for me between Ishak Oldkoider of Algeria and Thiago Marques of Brazil. So I think they were the top favorites here today, and this will also be the final, basically. And let's see, whoever wins this contest then will pick up the gold medal. So both having their grip, and immediately Marques is taking his opponent with him, trying to move his opponent, and taking his time now each contest to really get to a technique. And it's the first Sutami in for Oidkor there, trying to work on Newasa right away. But it is Marques now trying to work with his legs, and he's doing a really good job there. And he is holding down Oidkor there. What a nice movement here in Newasa for him. And it could be such a quick end. Just after 7 seconds, Oidkor there is capable of getting the leg of Marques. So he's not going to get a score out of that, but for sure Oidkor there is warned, and it's a good feeling for Marques. So exciting start of this contest. 45 seconds gone now, and already some nice action taking place. So Oidkor there is really tall for his weight category, so he's bending over a little bit. And now coming in with another Sutami, and it's the same trick again coming from Marques, also again trying to control Oidkor there. Now this time Oidkor there is holding the leg of Marques still, but it is Marques who's trying to work also on the arm of Oidkor there. Just not enough progress there for him, so the referee calls him at A. So it's a right against left stance, Marques being left-handed and Oidkor there right. And Oidkor there is doing a good job there, keeping his opponent at a distance. He's tall, so with his long arms, he's holding off Marques. And it's trouble for Marques to get in. But he is trying to get in with an with Uchimata. But Oidkor there is taking over Marques here. So it's a Wasari lead for Oidkor there now. It's a bit unfortunate for Marques here. I don't think that was necessary. So the referees bringing them both to their spot again to be able to grip. And it's still Oidkor there leads with the Wasari score, still more than half the contest time on the clock. Not sure there who was breaking the grip, but you cannot break the grip in VI Judo. It will get you a Shido on the board, but in this case maybe it happened just without any intention, so that will be basically that will be okay. So Marquez trying to get in for another technique. And I feel like Marquez is the one that's really searching for some attack, but really beautifully done by Old Core there. Their hair left was, I think. And for sure we're going to see the replay of that. And Marquez looks disappointed here. Of course, he wished he had picked up a gold medal here in his hometown, but it is Old Core there here that is beating Marquez. So really beautifully done, as you can see. Left coach Makikomi and no way of stopping that. Straight down and completely throwing over Marquez. Actually, for me that was a Nippon score. Just great timing coming from him. So you could see that Marquez was already moving backwards, so he had no chance to stop that. So we're taking a quick look before the athletes here come onto the mat again at the contest in the J1 category of the 57 between Silva and Gomez. But it's time to go back now. And we're going to see Lucia Araujo for her second contest here against Diana Fedosova of Kazakhstan. And we're going to see Araujo in white judogi and Fedosova in blue. And a strong start for Araujo. She's always very strong with her kumikata. You can see a left-handed grip from her, always controlling her opponent. But of course, that's not always enough, going over in her last contest. But here again, it looks like she has a really strong grip. It's Fedosova who comes in with the first technique here. So again, the left-sided grip of Araujo, and it is Fedosov who's trying to get rid of that grip, trying to find a way out of that left strong hand from Araujo. I think the biggest challenge for Araujo is that she needs to do something with that grip. So as she's doing that now, left-sided mix between Osotogari and Haragoshi. And she was quite close to scoring there, but good defense of Fedosova. So the athletes are starting again after the mate. And you will see the same thing again. And now, that was a poor attack from Fedosova, trying to figure out something against the left arm of Araujo, but not the best way here. It does give her a position in Newaza to work on, however, so she's trying to work on that. And did look she was trying to strangle Araujo, but since Araujo standed on two legs, the referee had to call a mate. So I'm curious to see if Fedosova can figure out something against that left arm. She's now trying to get the right arm on the back of Araujo, and Araujo doesn't like that at all because she's desperately trying to get that distance again between her and her opponent. So she is very comfortable with the grip, and now it is Fedosova trying to take over Araujo, almost lifting Araujo, and she is succeeding in that, not completely throwing over Araujo, but it's enough for Wasari's score. So Araujo not having her best day yet. It's her second contest here, and I could tell you she would be the favorite, having so much experience in. But things are not looking so well for her with one loss already in her last contest, and now she's facing Wasari behind. So again, both athletes fighting again with a little bit less than 2 minutes left on the clock. And Araujo now trying to find an entrance. So with that strong left-sided grip, she's very difficult to throw for her opponents, but she is also quite predictable because we already know that she's trying to go for that left-sided Osotogari or Haragoshi attempt. So it gives Fedosova some time to figure out the defense. So the referee now calling a mate. And I wouldn't be surprised if there was a Shido on the way here. So it's a Shido for both of these athletes. And let me explain that a little bit, because it is Araujo that looks more controlling. Actually, they are taking out maybe one of the Shidos. So it is Araujo that looks more controlling, but for me, she's not attacking so much. And for me, it only counts if you really put in a big attack. But it was enough for her to not get a passivity Shido here. So controlling your opponent is not enough for not being passive, but she's really looking positive here. She's trying to go in and trying to look for an attack here. But for me, Fedosova is also trying to find some place to enter for an attack. She's just struggling a little bit more. And you can tell she's so troubled with that left hand of Araujo. And both athletes have to pay attention to really come up with a technique and not be passive for some more time. So it's a second Shido now on the board for Fedosova. And it has everything to do with the left hand of Araujo. So let's see if Fedosova can come up with enough attacks in the last 30 seconds to not pick up her third Shido. That will be quite unfortunate, and Araujo is really trying now. And again, it's Fedosova throwing over Araujo beautifully. First trying to go backwards and picking up completely for a big Ogoshi. So it's not Araujo's day, unfortunately, here in Sao Paulo. And we have one contest left in the 57 kilogram category, but we will see that a little bit later today, because we're going to see the 48 kilogram category now. Look at that. That was really beautifully done. Completely controlling her opponent. First, here you can see she's trying to go to the back, but already lifting her opponent. She could throw over her hip. So we're gonna watch the first contest of the 48 kilogram category in for J1 athletes. So for the blind and almost blind athletes, and we're seeing Rosicleide Andrade of Brazil, and she's wearing the blue judo gi of the white judo gi here. I'm sorry, and she's facing Rosioledes Madure of Argentina, and Dure is wearing the blue judo gi. So there's only 2 athletes in this category. That's a bit unfortunate for them, but this means that there will be a best of 3. So the first one to win 2 of the contests will be the winner here today. And this is making sure that they have some contests under the belt, at least 2. And at the moment, they're just basically trying to see how the other one moves, not coming in with the biggest attacks. But this time it was Andrade that came up with a Ouchigari, but taken over by Dure. For me, I'm not sure if there was enough control going to the ground. So I would love to see that back, but for sure the supervisor is on the side. They will check if that was a score or not, and they decided that it would be still a score. And they switched it over to Andrade. I think that's the right way. So she's the one that came up with the technique. So now it's Dure that's really trying to get in for a good attack. She's trying to get that Wazari back. Another Ouchigari attempt coming from Andrade. Oh, that was really nicely done. Left hip throw. Really beautifully done. And I'm not sure that it was already a Wazari score on the board, so... I'm not sure what's happening with the scoreboard here, or what is the scores. So, but for sure the referees will check it and fix it. So the referees will check that, and if there's any doubt, the referee will ask for some support from the supervisor, which he will get in this case. So they might need a minute to check that, because it's always it's also concerning the first score that had some uncertainty. So it could be that it is the current score. So they will keep the scores like this, and for me that's interesting, and I like it actually, because now it's all open, the contest. They're both really going for it, so it could go either way. And it's a nice right-handed, it was actually Moroto Seoinage, but she didn't really get under her opponent, which is needed for a score in this technique. So 1 minute and 35 seconds left on the clock. Both looking really active, and they're showing attractive judo, and you can tell by not having one penalty yet on the board. And that was beautifully done by Andrade here. She's scoring a nice ippon here, throwing over Dura. It's not over yet because it's the best of 3, so they will face again just in a couple of contests, but good start for Andrade here. So here you can see the replay. Nice Moroto Seoinage, and I think she was taking the perfect direction. You can see that Gonzalez already trying to go to the right and completely going over here. Beautifully done. And really throwing over Dure. And we're going to get ready for the semi-finals of the under 73 kilogram category. And the number 1 seed we will see also here. It's Florin Alexandru Bologa of Romania. He is wearing the white judo gi, and he is facing Harley Damiano Pereira Arruda of Brazil. And Pereira is wearing the blue judo gi. And let's see if he has something to offer against Bologa. Bologa being unbeaten this year. First attempt coming from Bologa. For me, that was not the best attempt, but it gives him some space to go for that Juji Gatame on the ground. So some arm lock, and he's really trying to go for that. Pereira trying to hold on, but Bologa is still working there. So as long as there's progress on the ground, and if the referee see progress, then they will keep continuing. And it looks like the arm is almost coming off. So that's why the referee will let it go on, but in the end there was no progress anymore, so it's a mate. So I feel like Bologa came up with that first sutami basically to just continue on the ground. But your first attempt always has to be a real attempt, otherwise it will give you a shido. If it is really a false attempt, and just to continue. But it was not the strongest attempt I've seen from Bologa. And Bologa straight after the Ajime, he's in his position, trying to get some space for one of his attacks. And it's Pereira that's trying to come in with a little bit of turning Seoinage, but just didn't have enough leverage on Bologa, so no scores yet. So both athletes trying to get their grip again. And both are really leaning backwards. So that can be quite dangerous, because if you get a chance to work on the feet, it could be quite easy to throw someone over. So left Seoinage attempt from Bologa, but really strong reaction from Pereira. And the problem for Beloga is that everybody will study his moves. Even though if they cannot see it, the coaches will inform them how the way that Beloga moves, the strengths of him, and because he is one of the he is the top favorite at each competition, the opponents will know exactly what he's doing. So not only you will have the the pressure of being the top favorite, everybody wants to beat you. You'll also have the disadvantage of everybody knowing every move of you. So Shido here on the board for both athletes. So for not getting their grip right away. So it's a kumikata error, and now they did get their grip. I think Beloga is here struggling with the stance of Pereira. It's a good way to really try to lean backwards, because if you do a few steps forwards, it will be Beloga coming underneath with some seonage, and that's where he is most dangerous. So 2 minutes and 13 seconds left on the clock. Not too much big attacks yet. There have been a few attacks from both athletes, but nothing dangerous yet. And both picked up a Shido for a kumikata mistake or a grippy mistake. That was beautifully done. Nice left-sided Uchimata attack from Pereira. Here you can see a glimpse of some of the great judo he has in his pocket. But it was a very good defense of Beloga. So it's quite a tactical contest. You can see that these athletes they know each other's moves. And you can see that Beloga is struggling a lot with the stance, but now left-sided seonage, just not enough leverage basically on the lapel of, or on the sleeve of Pereira. Because he's having the sleeve of Pereira quite low, so right at the end, he doesn't have so much control with a seonage attempt. So it's a second Shido now on the board for Pereira for being too passive, and you can see this happening a lot with the contest of against Beloga basically, because Beloga will always be active, he always be attacking a lot, so he's giving very little chance or opportunity for his opponents to attack, and most of the times they look quite passive. And again, it is Beloga coming in with a left seonage. The seonage itself is not the most successful, but it's another attempt there. But still, Pereira is looking very good here in his contest. It's a very close contest. Still 1 minute and 42 seconds left on the clock, but it can really go either way. And it could be a big upset for Beloga. He had 2 or 3 competitions this year and still unbeaten at his competitions. So another Sutim attempt coming from Beloga. He's the one again that looks the most active here. And I'm not sure that Pereira is trying to work long on the ground. Of course, there's no scores yet, but there's not so much time on the clock.
Flow judoking from Argentina. Martinez Paula. Area 2, judoking ground do Canadá.
It's now a quick left attempt from Pereira, just not so successful also. It's quite hard for these athletes to really find some space for a good attack. And it shows that both have quite strong kumikata. So again, both athletes getting their reps again. And another attempt coming from Pereira, but going on his back here with this attempt. It's not a takeover, but it was giving some opportunity for Bologa. Now it is Bologa trying to work in Newaza. And I feel like he's getting closer to a takeover. Yep, he's trying to work in a strangle here. But not enough leverage, so not a successful attempt at strangling his opponent. So Bologa, after the last Paralympic Games, moved up in not only one but two categories, since the 66 category is at the moment not a Paralympic category. So he had to gain quite some weight, still being one of the lightest athletes in this category. And another left Seonage attempt for Bologa, but I think we're going to see a golden score here for the first time today, because there's no scores yet on the board after 4 minutes of fighting. And it's another attempt coming from Bologa. So we're still watching the semi-final of the under 73 kilogram category for J1 athletes. And it's 23 seconds on the clock in the golden score, so there were no scores in the regular time. Ooh, that was close to a takeover from Bologa. So Pereira coming in with a nice left-sided technique, but Bologa reacting so quickly again. Now trying to work in Newaza. And the crowd is asking for a mate, but as long as there progress, there won't be a mate, but that in the end was the case. There was no progress anymore, so the referee called a mate. So Bologa leading in Shidos. He's the one that only has one Shido on the board. It's Pereira that picked up 2, so one other Shido for him would lead to a loss. And he knows that, so he's attacking quite quickly. And Bologa follows up with another attack. So still looking very active, both of these athletes, after 1 minute into the golden score. It's another attempt coming from Bologa. Second attempt here, left seonage again. He's trying to work with that all the time. So he's trying to get in some more techniques. But he is struggling to really get close to Pereira, or to really get underneath the body of Pereira. So in order to be dangerous with a seonage, with a low seonage, you really need to position your body completely under the body of your opponent. And you don't see that happen yet. And for sure we'll see Bologa come up with another technique. And Pereira needs to watch out with that. Yeah, ooh, that was so close to an attack. 2 was very square. It's Pereira coming up with another left seonage, or left uchimata attempt. And you could see a hint of the body of Bologa turning on his side, but not enough for sure. So it will only be a score if something of the back of Bologa would enter the mat. So, but what an exciting contest here. Still no scores after 1 minute and 41 seconds into the golden score. Oof, he's trying that again. Pereira trying right away, but not having a good grip. And that makes him very vulnerable for on the Newasa, and giving Bologa a big opportunity. But what we cannot forget here, for example, is that Pereira, he is of course from Brazil. So he didn't have a long journey, while Bologa had to fly out from Romania. And what we sometimes forget is that people with sight, they see light and they will have a melatonin production. So automatically will change the time zone. But for blind people, that will be a lot harder, because they don't have the natural source of light there. So it can be quite hard for athletes to adjust to another time zone. Here again, Bologa is working really hard on the arm. And it is Pereira that had to stop this technique. So Bologa is winning here with an ippon, but what a hard fought contest this was. And you can see he's completely drained out, and it's so unfortunate for Pereira, because I think he showed a very good contest. So both athletes had to take it to their limits. 2 minutes 15 seconds into the golden score before Bologa could score his ippon. And Pereira Arruda being quite disappointed here. Here you can see again. And So it's one more semi-final contest in a 73 kilogram category. Of course, there's still some rapid charge contests there, but those are we gonna see a little bit later today. And for now, we're gonna focus on the number 2 seed, Yergali Shame. He's wearing the white judo gi, and he will be facing Raifran Mesquita Pontes of Brazil. And we will see Mesquita in blue judo gi. So both are ready here. And Shame had a really tough last contest between against Ortiz, and facing Wazari behind the whole contest before he could win in the last minute. Mesquita also didn't have a really an easy contest, but had a good win over Gauto. But let's see how he can do against Shame. Wow, beautifully done, beautiful takeover. Mesquita is really on a roll here today. So first attack in, coming from Shame, and being taken over completely. So we're gonna see a Brazilian in the final, and they will be pleased with that.
The winner is the blue judo gi from Brazil, Pontes Raifran. Área vencedor, judo gi azul do Brasil, Raifran Pontes.
And let's see that again. So that was really nicely done. It's Shame who's trying to get in with his right side, a little bit ochi or just a hip throw, but Mesquita reacting so quickly, perfectly taken over. That was beautifully done, and for sure that's highlight material. So with that said, we're going to go to the last contest of the under 57 kilogram category. And we're going to see Laura Candela Gonzalez. She's wearing white judo gi here, and she's facing Diana Fedosova of Kazakhstan in blue. And it's both of them beating Araujo, who was actually one of the favorites here today in the last contests. So this contest will make sure who will be the winner today. So either one that will win this contest will also pick up a gold medal today, making this sort of the final. So it's right against left grip, Gonzalez right-handed grip and Fedosova left-handed. And first attempt from Gonzalez, but quick reaction from Fedosova. No scores yet, but exciting start here in this competition. So watching the under 57 kilogram category for the J2 classification, so they are partially sighted. Both are moving over the mat again, trying to get in for an attack. It's Fedosova that looks quite strong with a left-handed grip, but it's Gonzalez that comes up with the first attack again. Ooh, that looks close to... that looks quite hard. Trying to work, and she's stepping out. It was a really... it was quite a difficult angle for this Sankaku for Fedosova, but she could take over Gomez and or Gonzalez, I mean, and win this contest, and she's really happy with the results.
The winner is the blue judo gi from Kazakhstan, Fedosova. Área vencedora de azul do Cazaquistão, Fedosova. In that one, wearing white judo gi from Brazil, Andrade was declared. In blue judo gi from Argentina, Dure Rocio. Área judo gi branco do Brasil, Rosileide Andrade. Judo gi azul da Argentina, Rocio Dure.
So Feresova just picked up her first gold medal in the World Tour of IBSA Judo. So of course she's very pleased, and it's good growth for her judo. And we're going to see the next contest in the 48 kilogram category. And again, we're seeing Rosi Cleide Andrade of Brazil and Rocio Ledes Maduro of Argentina. In the last contest, it was Andrade who beat Dure. So if that will happen again, that will be the end. But in case Dure will win, there will be another contest. So it's a best of 3 in this contest, in this competition of the 48 kilogram category. Since there are only 2 athletes here today. And again, nice hip throw coming from Andrade. She just didn't have control over that left arm of Gonzalez, or of Dure, I'm sorry. I'm a bit confused because of the judo gi of Dure. So I'm really happy to see that Andrade has good judo. She's bringing good judo here in Brazil. And it's Dure that's looking a little bit more active, but it's Andrade that looks the more dangerous. Again, with that left hip, she's so dangerous. But you can see her left arm is completely around the body of Gonzalez, giving her some control. But if she can combine that with the arm, and the control of the arm, she will definitely throw over Gonzalez like she did in the last contest. It was the second attempt now, but Andrade, and it looks quite strong. And let's see if she can keep that up for 20 seconds. And Dure almost turning out of that hold down, so it's not over yet. 5 seconds she has left to get out of that hold down. And otherwise it will be a gold medal for Andrade, and that's what's going to happen here. And the crowd are on their feet for this youngster here in Brazil.
The winner is the white judo gi from Brazil, Andrade Cleide.
So here you can see a replay of the hold down of Andrade that was looking quite strong. I think the last 10 seconds there was no doubt that she was going to hold that. And she's very pleased with this gold medal result. So we're gonna head on to the rapid charge contest of the under 73 kilogram category. And here we're gonna see Rodolfo Fabian Ramirez of Argentina. And he will be facing Harley Damiano Pereira Arruda of Brazil. Sorry, that's a mistake of me. It's Luis Yabdiel Perez Diaz of Puerto Rico. So both showed some good judo here today. And Ramirez losing out to Beloga earlier today with a arm lock. And it's Perez Diaz who lost out to Pereira just a few rounds back, but he already has a win under his belt.
In match 2, the white judogi from Chile, Herrera Bustos. The blue judogi from Cuba, Homero Martinez. Na área 2, o judogi branco do Chile, Herrera Bustos. O judogi azul de Cuba, Homero Martinez.
So either of these winning this contest we will see later today in the final block. We have two categories for the final block later today. It's the under 73 and the under 60 kilogram J1 categories. So they both have had more than 5 athletes. The other categories are round robins, so they will already have decided the winner there. So another quick attack from Ramirez, just not really holding down on his kumikata, on his grip, so no chance for him. And it's a really clever work from Perez Diaz. That's quite unexpected, but holding down Ramirez now. And I would love to see that again. Ooh, Ramirez almost turning out of that. I don't think Perez Diaz has the best hold down here, but still managing, and he only needs 5 seconds extra, so he's gonna win his contest here, and we're gonna see him later today for the bronze medal contest. So a big hug for both of these athletes, and they know each other for sure. And you can see in the VI Judo that's quite a big judo family, so a lot of sportsmanship.
The blue judogi from Argentina, Dalton Eduardo. Na área 1, o judogi branco do México, Ortiz Carreon. E judogi azul da Argentina, Eduardo Dalton. And in match 2, the winner is the white judogi.
So for the second rapid charge contest of the under 73, we're gonna see Raúl Abraham Ortiz Carrion, and he is facing Eduardo Gauto. Quite exciting what I've seen from Ortiz up until now. Let's see if he can do that again. So here was his makikomi was a bit too slow. You can see that before the other contest. He was so explosive with those moves, and really surprising his opponent. But this time it was no threat to Gauto. So both moving around, working on the feet really well, trying to get some space for a good attack. And it's Gauto who's really I think he's pushing the pace a bit here and trying to find some opportunity. Left-sided, well, it was I think an Uchimata attempt, just not getting his opponent close enough. Attempt coming from Ortiz this time. So it's, I think, Gauto who's pushing the pace a little bit, trying to control his opponent, but it's Ortiz who came up with 2 good attacks already. Again, it's Gauto who's working around, working on moving Ortiz around, working on the legs, but he doesn't get a big technique in, and I'm really waiting for that. This time he is really nice. He was completely underneath. Nice Moroto Seoinage, just didn't have enough control in the end, but that was really well done. So Gauto trying to move his opponent around, and Ortiz taking some more time. This time another Moroto Seoinage coming from Gauto, and closer to scoring now. So I'm really curious who will be the first one who comes up with the technique. It's for sure that Ortiz Carrion is waiting a bit longer to come up with a good technique. But here he is trying to get in for a Makikomi. It's so interesting that in his last 2 contests, his Makikomi was looking so strong. And here it looks like he's missing out a little bit. So there's a lot of space between him and his opponent if he comes in with that technique. And now really getting close to a score. So she's struggling a lot more with Gauto than before with his other opponents. He was looking a little bit more dangerous there. He has a penalty on the board for being too passive. And this time maybe a better timing for his attack from Ortiz. But he does give Gauto a lot of chance to work in Newaza. Ooh. And almost finding himself in a hold down, but just turning out of that quite cleverly in the end. So as this is the last contest, I will already give you a short update for the other contests. So it's in the 57 we are finished, or the J2 at least. It's Fedosova of Kazakhstan who picked up a gold medal, and the gold medal in the 48 kilogram category for J1 went to Brazil, to Rosicleide Andrade. And then we have the under 60 kilogram category for another country. It's for Algeria, for Old Kouder. He won the 60 kilogram J2 category. And you can find the results later today, and of course you can watch back the YouTube streams to see who came out on top. And for the 73 we don't have a winner yet, so we'll see that in the final block later today. And these guys are still finding out who gets a shot at bronze. And another Moroto Seoinage coming from Gauto. Nice response after the attack of Ortiz. So I think they're both getting really closer to scoring. They're opening up a little bit and giving some more chance for a good technique. It's 1 minute 9 seconds left on the clock. And this time it was good explosive move, but he lost Kumikata on the way for Ortiz. Trying to come in with a left Makigomi attempt again. And as it is 2 o'clock local time now, these athletes will get quite tired in this contest, but they have some time to rest as the final block only starts at 3:30 local time. So it's a Sutimi attempt here, but completely blocked out by Gauto. And it gives, ooh, that's a really clever move. Gauto taking over Ortiz actually in Newaza. And hold it down. If he holds that down for 10 seconds, which he does now, he has a Rosario on the board. And such a good and clever way. So it's a Toketa because Ortiz is holding on there with his legs. I'm not sure if Gauto was realizing that, but nevertheless, it's the Rosario on the board with only 13 seconds left on the clock. So things are looking good for Gauto. Wow, that is just 4 seconds left on the clock. It's Ortiz that's throwing over Gauto completely with one of his beautiful Makikomis that we saw earlier today. Well, that was really some nice work from Ortiz. And it was looking great, just staying calm. He was already behind with only 13 seconds left on the clock, but he came up with a really beautiful Makikomi in the end. So unexpected win in the end for Raul Abraham Ortiz Carrion. And he will be facing Harley Damiano Pereira Arruda of Brazil in the bronze medal match. And we see also Perez Diaz and Shami take it on for the bronze medal contest. And then we have a final between Alexandru Beloga and Raifan Mesquita Pontes of Brazil. So it's a lot of exciting contests coming up. We have 2 weight categories in the final block. And of course, I want to thank you for watching and listening in the morning. And we will continue the final block at 3:30 local time here in Sao Paulo. Thank you and see you later.
Agradecemos a presença de todos e lembramos que à tarde teremos as finais. Thank you everyone for the start and the return for the final ball. Open ceremony, 3 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The city of São Paulo is pleased to host the IBSA Judo Grand Prix São Paulo 2022. Competition promoted by the International Blind Sport Federation and International Judo Federation, with the support of the Brazilian Judo Confederation and the Brazilian Confederation of Sports for the Visually Impaired. In this great event, which has 2 days of competitions, we have the participation of about 77 athletes representing 21 countries. We invite the following authorities present to take part in table of honor at this official opening. We invite Mr. Janos Tardus, IBSA Judo Chairman. We invite José Antônio Freire, President for the Brazilian Confederation of Sport, the Visually Impaired. We invite Mr. Elder Araújo from IBSA of America. We invite Mr. Vinicius Schaffer from the Municipal Secretary for People with Disability. We invite Ms. Araceli Costa, Secretary of the State for the Rights of Persons with Disability. We invite Mr. Misael Conrado, Brazilian Paralympic Committee President. We invite Mr. Alejandro Puglia, President of the Federation de São Paulo of the Judo. We invite Mr. Tibério Marimbondo, representing the Brazilian Confederation of the Judo. And we would like to announce the presence of the Daniela Bernardo. It's a medal Paralympic Judo de Brazil. Carla Cardoso, it's a medal Paralympic of the Judo de Brazil. Henrique Guimarães, it's an Olympic medalist de Brazil. Ok. Senhoras e senhores, a cidade de São Paulo tem a grata satisfação de sediar a IBSA Judo Grand Prix de 2022, competição promovida pela International Blind Sport Federation e a Federação Internacional de Judô, com o apoio da Confederação Brasileira de Judô e a Confederação Brasileira de Desportos de Deficiências Visuais. Neste grande evento, que possui 2 dias de competições, contamos com a participação de cerca de 77 atletas, representando 21 países. In this moment, we will invite all to stand in position respect to the execution for the anthem. Neste momento, convidamos a todos para a execução do hino brasileiro. At this moment, we invite Mr. José Antônio Freire, President of the Brazilian Confederation of Sport for the Visually Impaired, to welcome you.
Boa tarde a todos e a todas. Quero saudar a Helder Araújo, secretário da Confederação Brasileira de Esportes para Cegos e presidente da IBSA América. Quero, nesse instante, saudar a doutor Vinícius, secretário municipal da Pessoa com Deficiência, saudar a doutora Aricélia, secretária estadual da Pessoa com Deficiência, ao meu querido Jânios, presidente do Comitê de Judô da IBSA e da FIGER, saudar o meu querido Misael Conrado, presidente do CPB, saudar a Tibério, presidente do comitê organizador, saudar Alessandro, presidente da Federação Paulista de Judô. Nesse momento, o meu querido Tibério está representando a Confederação Brasileira de Judô. Para a CBDV, nesse instante, é uma alegria enorme, onde pela primeira vez a gente está fazendo GRAND-PRIX internacional de judô.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to say hello to all authorities here. Elder Araújo, IBSA America President, Mr. Janus Trados, IBSA Judo Chair, Misael Conrado, Brazilian Paralympic Committee President, Vinicius, from the Municipal Secretary for People with Disabilities, Aracélia Costa, Secretary of State for the Right of Persons with Disabilities, and Tibério, that are representing the Brazilian Confederation of Visual Impaired, and Alessandro, President of São Paulo Judo Federation.
Nesse momento, a CBDV tem um contentamento enorme em trazer esse GRAND-PRIX para São Paulo, Brasil.
At this moment, CBDV are really happy about having this event here.
A gente quer agradecer, não é, aos 21 países com 77 atletas, uma competição de alto nível, que assim qualifica o judô, que seja no Brasil e no mundo, com essa competição nesse nível.
We would like to say thank you to 21 countries and 77 athletes that are here in this event. It's a really important competition for judo in Brazil and around the world.
Eu quero agradecer a IBSA e a FIGER pela confiança em acreditar no Brasil. Quero agradecer ao CPB por essa estrutura, em nome de Misael, de seus funcionários que se envolveram para que a gente pudesse fazer o melhor nesta competição.
I would like to thank you, IBSA, IGF, and CPB about making this incredible event.
Quero saudar todos os atletas que fazem parte dessa competição, atletas ex-medalhistas que se fazem presente. A CBDV fica muito grata com a presença de vocês todos e isso é importante tanto para o crescimento da modalidade como para o crescimento do judô paralímpico no Brasil. E muito obrigado.
I would like to say thank you for all athletes and ex-athletes that are here and all the authorities and presidents in this incredible event. Thank you.
And now we will invite Mr. Janus Tardus from IBSA to speak for us.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are here again in Brazil, not in Rio, but in Sao Paulo. I think it's the biggest city in Brazil. I remember at Rio, it was a really, really fantastic judo event. I think this is the next step for Paris. We are here to organize, together with the host country, Sao Paulo, and Friends of Blind and Visually Impaired Judo, to create and to organize a high-level Grand Prix here in Sao Paulo. It's a really, really good chance for whole Pan-American countries to show the strengths of judo. We are happy that after the IPC decision, we divided blind and visually judo to two parts, G1 and G2. It's a good chance for blind and almost blind judokas for making a fairer competition to Paris. IBSA Judo is really, really strong now because in Tokyo we were 13 medal events, but now for Paris we have 16 medal events. It's a good chance for showing how strong is judo. Thank you very much. Thank you for the warm hospitality. Thank you for all participants, judokas, and all people who support her and friends of IBSA Judo. Thank you very much again.
Thank you all for your presence. In a few minutes, we will start the final block of the IBSA Judo Grand-PRIX São Paulo 2022. Obrigada a todos presentes. E dentro de instantes daremos início ao bloco final do IBSA Judo Grand-PRIX São Paulo 2022.
Turn it on, okay? If you want to move it.
afternoon and welcome back to the final block of the first of 2 days of competition here at the IBSA Sao Paulo Grand Prix. We're going to start right away with the medal matches, and it is for the J1 men under 60 kilogram category, and the first contest is a bronze medal match between David Emanuel Gomes of Argentina and Roberto Nunes Passau of Brazil, and it's Gomes in the white judo gi and Passau in blue. And I'm excited to watch these medal contests as I haven't seen them earlier today. I was commentating on mat number 1 and these athletes fought on mat number 2. So that's it happened. Right away into the action. Looks like Gomez got a little hit on his leg. So straight after the Ajime, that both athletes turn to the side of the mat, so you can hear the referee calling Tokai to make sure they stay in the mat and that the athletes know where they are. Another right-sided attempt from Passau. Nice pulling through, but Gomez quickly turning on the ground. That was a bit risk of him doing such a quick transition in the waza. And immediately an attempt coming now from Gomez, but a quick reaction from Passau, almost taking over Gomez. So this contest is really going both ways, both having good attacks. And now it's Passau that's really working in Iwaza, trying to get a hold of Gomez. So the referee will ask for some help from the supervisor to make sure that she's making the right decisions in this contest. So today we have the 60 kilogram here in the medal block, and we also have the under 73 kilogram for the J1 athletes. And the rest of the competition, the categories were already in a round robin before, so we will see the medal ceremonies of those. But these athletes are already finished. But we have some really exciting contests coming up in these categories. So the referees are on the side, they're checking the replay and to see what will be the decision here in this contest. And it is really important that they have this system because the referee is of course not always standing on the right side. She cannot always see the perfect angle. That's impossible for the referee to be on the mat. So on some occasions she will ask for help, or she will get the help from the side. And in this case, it was correct that she was getting some advice because it's a Rosari now on the board for Passau. And it's another attempt coming from Passau. Both are really going for it. 3 minutes left in this contest. And right after the Ajime, they both come in or try to come in for techniques. This time it was Gomez who was a bit sooner or quicker, and he wasn't able to score, but showing to be dangerous as well. Ooh, that was so close to scoring. Pasau coming underneath with the Morote Sonagi. I don't think he was underneath quite enough, but he right away attempted it again, and then it was a better attempt, but just not enough for a score, but coming really close to ending this contest. 2 Wazaris, of course, meaning the end of this contest. So it's an interesting contest to see, and it's Pasau that's leading, but Gomez really not giving up in this contest. And now this time it's a Makikomi attempt from Gomez, but good defense from Pasau, and even threatening Gomez on the way down. No scores again, but now it's Pasau that's working on the ground. And it's really nice to see that such a big crowd is here, really cheering for the Brazilian athletes. Oh, and another attempt coming from Gomez, right side at Ochigari, but quick response from Pasau there. He's so quick with his reaction. So it's really difficult for Gomez to find a good entrance for an attack. But still half the contest time left on the clock, so there's enough time for Gomez to come back. It's another, oh, that's enough. Another Morota attempt from Pasau, and what he does so well is keep pushing on his opponent. And he is over the moon with this result. Big cheer for him, and it was a really good result and a beautiful technique, beating Gomez with the second Wasari. And I love the way he keeps driving and pushing his opponent over. So his first attempt is not the best, but then he comes underneath one more time. Ah, they're taking it off. Ooh, I really thought that was it. So what that means is that the referees didn't think it was one continuation of the action. So you need to be able to continue the action. You need to keep driving. And if there's some pause in the action, it won't be a Wasari score, because then it will be Newasa or groundwork. And now Pasau almost finds himself in trouble in Newasa. And Gomez trying to get that arm lock on. Just not succeeding there, but it's a really exciting contest. And let's see if Pasau can hold on to his lead. And it can do a lot if you already have the excitement and you get some tension release from the feeling that you think that you have won. That can really turn a contest upside down. Oh, Chigari coming from Gomez, but again a good response from Pasau. And now trying to work his way in Newasa. So both athletes trying to figure out their kumikata. And once they have a comfortable grip, the referee will call a hajime and start the contest again. And it's Paschal really trying to push for another Marote Seonage. Just doesn't have enough to really get underneath the body of Gomez. Once he is able to do that, he will be a lot more dangerous. So quick attack from Gomez, but not too dangerous. And it's ticking time off the clock now because it gives Paschal some time to work in Newaza. So it's not so tactical from him. It's not so clever. But the referee calls him mate now. So there's 55 seconds left on the clock for Gomez to come back. It's another attempt coming from Paschal. But now it's Gomez. Paschal giving Gomez some time in Newaza. Just, I don't think Gomez wants to burn off time in Newaza. He needs all the time he can get to try to chase down Paschal. Not sure what happened there. I think it was an attack coming from Gomez. Really try to do something different right at the end of this contest. And he really will need to try everything. He's one Rosari behind, and if nothing happens, he will lose this contest and pick up a fifth place here. So it's just the last few seconds. Let's see if Gomez can try to figure out something. He will need to come up with an attack. He cannot just wait, but Paschal is doing such a smart thing in moving around Gomez, and he doesn't really give any possibility for Gomez to enter. It's 6 seconds left on the clock, and things are looking good for the Brazilian. So only 5 seconds. Let's see if Gomez can come up with an attack. He does. But not enough power in his effort anymore. It's Paschal that had to wait a little bit longer for his win, but he takes the win after all. So it's a bronze medal for the Brazilian team here.
In match 1, the winner, the bronze contest. The judogi blue is from Brazil, Oliveira Elielton. Sorry, it's Paixão Roberto Nunes. No match 1, vencedor.
So here you see a nice replay
Representando do Brasil, Roberto Nunes Paixão.
of some of the action, but I think this was the one with a big pause in it. You can see here clearly. This is the first attempt. Then he needs to completely resettle again in order to continue his throw. It's unfortunate because he had a really good position for Osaka Miwaza here, so he could have finished it maybe with a hold down. So with that said, we're gonna continue with the next bronze medal contest for men under 60 kilogram in the J1 category. And we will be featuring Jonaldi Gonzalez Miares of Cuba, and he will be facing Elielton Oliveira of Brazil. And it's Gonzalez in white judo gi and Oliveira in blue. Straight away into with a right makikomi attempt, and that's going to be enough for the win. And Gonzalez is also very pleased with his result. Third place here for him. And unfortunately for Brazil, it's not a second bronze medal for them. Nevertheless, a really good result. And it's Gonzalez Miares picking up a medal for Cuba. So you can see here how explosive the judo here can be. We see quite a lot of makikomis that I was noticing that today.
And that one, wearing the white judo gi from Algeria, Chilean, in the blue judo gi from Venezuela, Blanco.
So we're going to continue with the first final of today in the under 60 kilogram category. And it will be featuring Faisal Chebib of Algeria, who is able to pick up the second medal for the Algerian team. And he will be facing Marcos Denis Blanco of Venezuela. It's Chebib in white judo gi and Blanco in blue. So Blanco straight away is trying to make some attacks, or getting closer at least to Chebib. It's Chebib that has the height advantage. He's a little bit taller than Blanco. But Blanco coming up with the first Sutami attempt here. So both athletes get to their spot again. And it's a Chebib that's bending a little bit, so it's difficult for Blanco to come in for an entrance and to really come close to his opponent. But it's a really nice adjusted katakaruma, I would say. Left or Yoko Otoshi, and really good first score. I remember that I saw him competing in Turkey, and he was showing really a nice judo as well. So it was our lead for Blanco. So although Chebib is really trying to keep his opponent at distance, it's Blanco that's trying to move around and finding some space for an entrance. And it's another Sutami attempt coming from Blanco. He needs to be careful to not get stuck in Osaikumi here. So the Sutami makes you a little bit vulnerable because you first throw yourself onto your back before throwing your opponent. And in some cases it can make you really vulnerable. So it's Chebib that's really taking some time to come up to with an attack. And if he keeps doing this, he for sure will pick up a Shido for passivity. It's still 2 minutes and 22 seconds left on the clock, so plenty of time for Chabib to come back and try to get a Wazari on his side of the board. But up until now, things are looking quite good for Blanco. He keeps moving around his opponent. And with him moving so much, it's quite hard for Chabib to get a hold of his opponent. Another nice Seonage attempt coming from Blanco. It really is Blanco that is controlling the pace of this contest. And it's now resulting in the first judo for Chabib. You can see in his position it's quite defensive, so he's bending over, he's really stretching out his arms. And he's making it impossible for his opponent to show positive judo, so that's why he will pick up his first penalty. And he really needs to change something in his style, otherwise he won't really get close to beating Blanco. And Blanco is just searching for an attack. But he looks like he calmed down a little bit. Here a second really nice attempt, Yoko Toshi. This time not getting close enough to Chabib, or to Chabib. But it doesn't look like Chabib is really into this contest. So it's going to be a second penalty for Chabib here. His posture is just so defensive. And I'm not sure if he just cannot get a hold and he doesn't know what to do, or this is just a little bit his style as well. But for sure he had 2 warnings now to change his judo a little bit, but it doesn't look like he is changing so much. And I think what you can see here, that is just trusting completely on his newaza. So as soon as Blanco does something, he will take over on the ground. And it looks like Blanco is also starting to realize that. So he's being a bit more careful with his attacks. And Blanco is the one that just could easily defend on this, because there's not so much coming from Chabib. Maybe the last few seconds we will see something. But I think Blanco is doing it tactically very strong. This time a left Seonage from Chabib, but not really getting close to Blanco. And what a win for Marcos Blanco. Really good job. And I think he showed really clever and mature judo, and picking up a gold here today.
In that one, the winner is the blue judogi from Brazil.
So really nice job.
Sorry. The white judogi, the blue judogi from Venezuela, Blanco.
So really good job from Blanco, and we can see here some of the replay, of the highlights. Just nice movement. So at the moment we're gonna watch the under 48 kilogram medal ceremony of J1 athletes. So this was a category of 2 athletes here today, and both showed nice judo, but for sure there was one the best. But here on for the silver medal, it's Rocio Ledes Maduro of Argentina. And gold medalist here today is Rosi Kleide Andrade of Brazil. And it's really nice to see a smile on her face.
Arriba las manos, chicas. Arriba las manos. Eso. Muy bien, Ru. Venga, venga. Vicenza.
So we are going to continue now with the under 60 kilogram medal ceremony for the J2 athletes. So the bronze medal goes to Brian Aburto Beltran of Mexico. But let's wait until these athletes come to the block. So this bronze medal for Aburto Beltran of Mexico. So the silver medal goes to Diego Marques of Brazil, who brought a big fan club here. And gold medalist here is Ishak Oldkoider of Algeria.
To accompany the execution of the Algerian national anthem.
Can I sit on your shoulders? Yes. Para trás, por favor, por causa da visão da imagem, ok?
Wait here.
So for the medal ceremony of the women under 57 kilogram for the J1 athletes, we have 2 bronze medalists. Or 1, excuse me. So it's Larissa Silva of Brazil picking up a bronze medal here. So silver medal goes to Paula Karina Gomez Martinez of Argentina. And excuse me, the bronze medal was for Benicio Lorenzo. And gold medal goes to Priscilla Gagne of Canada.
Não, Henrique, fica aí. Isso, olha só aqui.
Todas juntas, chicas, ahora. Subí el escalón, Pau. Enrique, ¿cómo estás?
Good to see you. Yes.
So for the 60 kilogram on J1 category, we have 2 bronze medal winners. And it's Roberto Nunes Paixão of Brazil and Yonaldi Gonzalez Mirares of Cuba. Silver medalist here is Faisal Chabib of Algeria. So gold medal here today in best is Marcos Dennis Blanco of Venezuela.
Agora é a foto para a academia de judo.
So we have one more final block for you, one more category to bring to you, and it's a under 73 kilogram category. So we have summer contests coming up. I hope you will stay still with us.
Vamos botar de volta aqui.
So hopefully we can continue soon with some contests. And unfortunately it's Florin Alexandru Beloga. He's in the final today, but he got hurt a bit on the way, so I don't think he will be fighting in the final. But that still means we have two nice bronze medals coming up, and it was a really good category today. And I think they were quite even matched, all these athletes here in this category. So we're gonna see what happens in the next few contests. So next two athletes are both ready to enter the mat.
In the mat one, ready white blue judogi from Kazakhstan, Shame Yegari. And white judogi from Puerto Rico and Diaz.
So coming on to the mat now is in white judogi Luis Yabdiel Perez Diaz of Puerto Rico. And he will be facing number 2 seed Yergali Shame of Kazakhstan. And Shame will be wearing the blue judogi here. He suffered quite an upsetting loss, I think, in the semi-finals. Didn't expect to lose out against Mesquita Pontes, who was showing great form today. So we will be sure be wanting this bronze medal now.
Right.
So athletes both have their grip, so they are starting right away. Both are looking quite strong, trying to find the way to entrance. And Shame, I saw in his previous contest also, he's taking a little bit more time always to come to an attack, but once he does make an attack, it's always really dangerous. So both athletes on the edge of the mat, that's why the referee calls them mat. They're both outside the yellow area, so no Newaza here. So both athletes in the middle of the mat again, trying to get the kumikata. It's a right against right grip. Ooh, but now one of them lost the grip. But you can only do that when you come in for an attack. So if you are fighting with one hand, that is impossible within the VI Judo. You always need to get two hands on your opponent, unless you're making a straight attack. Nice change of direction from Perez, trying to come in to the left side of Jamie. Just not really getting close enough to his opponent. Jamie looks a little bit like he's not into the fight so much. He can look a little bit like that, hesitant to attack. And it's a shoot-me attempt now coming from Perez, but easily stopped and blocked by Jamie. So you could see immediately when Jamie tried to come over with his left hand, that's where he's very dangerous. It was Perez that got a nice reaction in, so immediately came in with an attack. I don't think he wants to be in the position to have that arm over the top of him. So it's quite even contest now. It's another, it's a shoot-me attempt from Perez, but he's turning on his back and he's now struggling with Jamie. Jamie trying to get a hold down, and he's actually he's quite close with it. And as long as we're moving into the direction and it's progressing, the referee won't call a mate. And there was actually a few seconds of Uchikomi or Saikomi there, but Perez Diaz could grab a leg of Jamie. So nice work and reaction from Jamie, but it was Perez Diaz who could hold on to the leg. So no scores yet on the board. Really nice, quick, well, it was a little bit of spinned Seonage. Just he didn't have any grip on, so no threat for Jamie. And both athletes are back to their spot. It's not an easy contest for both of them. It's Perez Diaz did already had a lot of tough fights in this today. That was not the best technique. I think Perez went down without any technique here. And it's Jamie now who's trying to work in Iwaza. He's quite clever with that. And Jamie is still trying to control his opponent in Iwaza, but not succeeding. So Perez Diaz had quite a tough day. Already in his first contest against Lamani, he needed all the minutes he got to beat his opponent. It was a very tough one. Same against Pereira, who he lost out to in the end. And then he had another fight in a rapid charge contest. So already some contest under his belt, and now another really tough bronze medal match. So it's only 10 seconds left on the clock, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a golden score here. Not much is going to happen anymore in the last few seconds probably. So that will be meaning golden score here in this competition. We haven't seen many golden scores. The VI judo is most of the time very positive. There's a lot of good scores and attacks, so not many athletes need the whole contest time to win their contest. But in this case, it's really an even match, so they will need a little bit of extra time. It's Perez again with like a little bit of twisted Sorinage. But for me, those attacks are not so strong because he doesn't have any grip going down. And here the referee is giving him a penalty for that, and I think that's quite correct. It's just not a good attempt. It's a false attack, and that's why he's picking up his first penalty. And that doesn't matter now. It doesn't mean anything in the end, but it is a little bit a disadvantage. So I haven't seen the big attacks that I'm used to seeing from Chame. I really hope to see something soon. Here you see he was getting close. He just needs to get close to his opponent to be able to throw them. And as soon as he is able to do that, you can see some huge throwing techniques from him. He got quite close here, but Perez really clever with his defense. Ooh, that was another really poor attempt coming from Perez, basically escaping the pressure from Chame. So for me, it wouldn't be a bad thing to give him another Shido for that, because he needs a warning that it's not really positive judo. And it is the second Shido for him. And it's another effort coming from Perez. This time it was a slightly better effort. I think he had the intention to throw Chame, but he really needs to watch out to not make another false attack. I think that might be just around the corner for him, and giving him the third Shido, and that would mean the end of the contest. So Chame will try to get that left hand of him around the waist or close to Perez. But you can tell that now he does have, he did have the belt for a few seconds. But he's really struggling to get close to his opponents. So I think the problem for Shami is that all of his opponents really know when he can be so dangerous. So probably the coaches will warn all his opponents to stay a little bit at a distance from Shami, to not let him grab that left hand around the waist of his opponent. Because I think as soon as he has that grip really on, he's capable of throwing anyone. So again, Shame trying to get that left hand around the waist of Perez. And now pushing over Perez Diaz. It's an unfortunate ending for Perez, who had a really good day today, but not enough for the win for him. So Shami, number 2 seed today, picks up a bronze medal. And I don't think he showed his best judo here today, but it was enough for a bronze medal. Suffered quite a frustrating loss. Here you can see Ochigari, and just kept pushing over Perez. I think Perez was going over and trying to come back with some kind of sutumi, but realizing he already went over. So really nice, you see right Ochigari effort, and then just kept driving his opponent, and full on his back. So a good end for Shame.
In network, wearing white, judogi from Mexico, Ortiz Carrion.
Nicely done of Shame, and showing why he's such a good athlete in this weight category. So we have one more contest coming up, and after, of course, we have the final, but here Bologa unfortunately is not competing, but we will see Pereira on the mat, or Mesquita Pontes. So now on the mat it's Raúl Abraham Ortiz Carrion of Mexico, and he is facing Hali Damiano Pereira Arruda of Brazil. And it's Ortiz in white judogi and Pereira in blue. And we've seen some great actions from both of these athletes, and I think I was most impressed with the Makikomi of Ortiz. Let's see if he can do that again. And he is going for it. For me, the problem is that if his timing is not perfect, he is missing the right position for that Makikomi. So if he's in the right position, his opponents will fly over like they weigh nothing, but in this case he was missing out a bit.
Right.
Left Seonage attempt from Pereira. Both are really hesitant to come up with a big technique. I think they just don't want to make any mistakes in this bronze medal contest. So it's 3 minutes left on the clock. It's Ortiz now picking up a penalty for being too passive. So as soon as you are not making an attack for 30-40 seconds, you will pick up a passivity penalty. So it's so important that you always stay positive, so you stay upright, you don't stretch your arms too much, you are not overly defensive, and you try to keep attacking. That was really beautiful done. So Pereira really trying to take his opponent with him backwards, and as soon as I got the reaction from Ortiz, he was coming in with a nice Ochigari. Just not enough for scoring, but good movements coming from him. He does look very strong in this contest. So I think Ortiz looks a little bit defensive there. His posture is really bent over. His arms are not stretched, but he's making it very difficult for Pereira to come in with a good technique. So I wouldn't be surprised if the referee would give him a warning for that. As you can see here, it's the sign for being overly defensive. And it is starting to give more benefit to Pereira, because Ortiz cannot afford to make another mistake, because his third Shido would mean a loss for him. And now he does come in with a nice makikomi. I think this was a good timing for him. He just was missing out on that sleeve in the end, so he couldn't hold on to his grip. And Pereira not ending up on his back. This time, right after the Jime, Pereira came in with a left Seonage. So it's for me that Pereira has the benefit of this competition, of this contest. He looks just a little bit more in control. And Ortiz is struggling, but we have all seen what Ortiz can do in his last few fights, so it's really not over yet. He's so explosive with his move with an Uchimata or with a Makikomi. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something coming from him. Just needs to keep active. This time a nice left-sided, it was like a Makikomi combined. Again, he couldn't get close enough to his opponent. I think we saw that a lot today, that they just cannot get close enough to really get the leverage over their opponent. So it's a nice left against left-sided grip. So that's probably why there's no struggle at all before the Ajime. And now again, Ortiz is trying to come in with the left technique, but he is struggling though. I think Pereira is blocking those techniques out really well. So another attempt coming from Pereira, but not throwing off Ortiz, so both athletes are brought back to their spot. Again, it's Pereira right after the Ajime coming in with a nice Makikomi attempt. This time scoring a Wazari score, so it was Ortiz landing on his side there. Really well done by Pereira. Looks like the advantage he had in having the control in his contest is now really showing on the board. And right away he's trying to do it again. This time it was not the best effort. And it's giving Ortiz some time to work in Newaza, so it could be dangerous for him. Would it not be that he already is on top of his opponent again? So he's trying to find some way to work in Newaza. I think he's trying to get a Shimewaza strangle on his opponent, not succeeding, but actually burning some time off the clock. It's only 53 seconds that he needs to hold on to his lead. So it's a quick Sutami movement from Ortiz. Just not really strong, no grip going down. And it was not a really clever thing to do, because now it just gives a lot of time to Pereira to work in Newaza. And these are really the seconds ticking away for him. So now it's only, I think that took him a good 20 seconds. And that time is not going to come back for him. So only 24 seconds for Ortiz to try to get Awazari back on the board. So now he's really starting to chase his opponent, but not sure if that's still in time. Pereira doing a clever thing, just keeping his opponent at a distance. He can still pick up Bushido, so there's no problem for him. And now it should be just working in something in Newaza, and the time is really ticking away for Ortiz. And it's another medal for Brazil here. They're doing a really good job being the home nation. He does look hurt a bit, but he does have a bronze medal. And although I really liked Ortiz Carrion today, his judo was fantastic, but it's Pereira Arura with a beautiful makikomi, scoring Awazari and taking the win here.
The winner in judo team blue, from Brazil, Arruda Harley. O vencedor do judo team azul, do Brasil, Harley Arruda.
Here you can see the left-sided makikomi that gave him a Awazari score. And there was no doubt, actually, it was Ortiz that almost went over by Ippon. He looked like he realized a little bit too late that he was going over. So unfortunately, it's only one athlete here on the mat. Raifan Mesquita Pontes. He was supposed to be facing Alexander Bologa, but he is not competing here in the final. So it's a gold medal here that goes to Raifan Mesquita Pontes of Brazil.
The winner and blue judogi from Brazil, Mesquita Pontes Raifan. O vencedor dessa luta, do Brasil, Mesquita Pontes Raifan.
So Brazil did a really good job today, winning quite some gold medals as well. And we're gonna have 4 more medal ceremonies to bring to you. But I already want to thank you for listening and watching today. I hope you enjoyed the judo. And of course tomorrow we have another day with 4 weight categories. And in 2 classification categories, of course the J1 and the J2. So here for the JT under 48 kilogram, the silver medal goes to Carmen Bruce of Swiss. And gold medalist is Akmaral Nautbek of Kazakhstan. So for the under 73 kilogram category of the J2 athletes, the third place goes to Azamat Nopushev of Kazakhstan. Silver medal goes to Nathan Petit of France. And gold medal goes to Mouloud Moula of Algeria.
Attends. Attends.
So we're going to continue with the J2 under 57 kilogram category, where we have almost the last few medals handed out today.
The bronze medal for Brazil, Araújo.
Bronze medal here today is for Lucia Araújo, Brazil. Silver medal goes to Laura Candela Gonzalez of Argentina. Gold medal goes to Diana Fedosova of Kazakhstan. So we have one more medal ceremony to bring to you in the J1 under 73 kilogram category. We'll see some of the images of the women under 57.
CBDV rupetir. Oyundagını düşürüp işine sağlık koyun.
Bronze medals are Pereira Arruda from Brazil.
Yekin şakasın, yekin şakasın.
Bronze medals today go to Hailey Damiano Pereira Arruda of Brazil and to Yergeli Shame of Kazakhstan.
The silver medal is to Bologa from Romania.
Silver medal is for Florin Alexandru Bologa of Romania.
And the Bologa medal is from Brazil.
And the gold medal goes to Raifran Mesquita Pontes of Brazil. So as we're taking this family picture, I want to thank you so much for listening and watching today. And of course, I hope to see you back tomorrow for the second day of the IBSA Judo Grand Prix here in Sao Paulo. Thank you once again and see you tomorrow.
Obrigada.